मां के अंडी वाले मेरे लाने मां की सिनसुरा तो इना सामान ही इधर लोग ना इसको नहीं मां ये सब याद नहीं ना वाला फोटो और सब्जेक्ट का फोटो बस आने का नहीं ऑनलाइन क्लियर मत दिए ना ऐसा मत ना कौन है लोग ना मम्मी लोग හැබැයි ගිය සතියේ තිබ්බ හෝල් එක වෙනස් කරනවා. ඒක තමයි ඒකයි මේ මම දැන් ගිය සතිය වෙන නේ ඉන්න දෙකක් හරි කමන්නේ කියලා ආවා. Oh, ये दीदी भैया यहाँ में ना ना बस बुक के दिन ना की बात है oh भैया को ना नाड़ी पापा नाड़ी बस में नाड़ी फॉरवर्ड बस में हमने देख के करना कोई करना पहले कि देखा क्या oh कौन आ रहा है माय लसन में देखा नहीं तो अंदर दो पता कि वो ऑर्डर हिट रैंक में को आणि ओ नामे और एकटा नामे और मागी साइड में मारा ट्रेन මම අපිට මේ දවස් දෙකේම ලෙක්චර් එකක් නැහැ අපිට අර එක්සෙම්ෂන් අර ගොඩක් හමුරානේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් ඒ හින්දා කියන්නේ මේකේ සිනහල විතරයි ආවේ ඒක ස්ටේජ් රේටින් ඔව් අපි මේ කැන්ඩිඩේට් එකක් කරලා ටෙක්ස් මේ පාර හම්බුනේ ඒකේ අපේ අර එක ගන්නේ ඒකේ දානවා ඕනම ෆයිනල් එක කරනවා අපි ගලේ ගන්න නිකන් දෙනවා වගේ ඩිග්‍රී එක අපිට චරිතයේදී අපේ මේ අපි හරි level 2 එකට මේ ඉන්ටර්විව් කෝල් කරනවානේ. දැන් ආයෙත් කෝල් කරනවා. අපි ඔෆිස් එකේ එක්කෙනෙක් ගියා ඉන්ටර්විව්. ඒක අපිට සෙට් වුණා. ඔව් ඒ කොරෝනා සෙට් වුණා. අවුරුදු 3ක් ඒ ඉන්න හොඳ. හවසට හැමෝම ඒත් ඔය ගාලේ නගිනවද මම ඒකට කොච්චර යනවද දන්නේ ඒකට කොච්චර යනවද දන්නේ ඒ මම ට්‍රේන් එක යනවා යන්නේ ඒක ඕල් කරලා
And that we discussed what is tax and the objective of imposition of tax. Right? So why is the government impose the tax? Basically, we discussed what is tax. Objective of imposition of tax. The type of tax. Tax authorities. Okay. So thereafter we discuss very important point, which is imposition of income tax. Under that, charging section. Right. This section we discussed. Under the charging section, we discussed, that is section 2. It says, who is chargeable for Sri Lanka income tax? Says who is chargeable for Sri Lanka income tax. On that, few definitions we discussed. It says, person says person. So there's a definition for person. Right, person who has taxable income and person who receives final withholding payment is chargeable for Sri Lanka income tax. Person means who receives, who has taxable income who has taxable income or receives final withholding amount. Amount. So the important concept is we discuss on what we are liable for income tax. So this is on what? And for the period, it says So this definition we have discussed, right? So under that, so basically charging section says who is liable for or chargeable for this one, on what, for which period. Which period? Especially there, income tax shall be payable. Income tax shall be payable for each year of assessment. So that is the period, year of assessment, by a person who is liable person on what? Who has taxable income or who receives final withholding amount. That's the charging section. If somebody is not coming under this definition, he is not chargeable for Sri Lanka income. Right? So that is the definition. This is the very important section, which is charging section is scope out liability or chargeable for Sri Lanka tax. Right? So that section we have discussed. So here individual or entity. Again, entity can be trust, company partnership trust. Right? Right. So therefore, for a year of participant, the person's tax liability could be tax on taxable income, tax on final withholding amount. Right? Tax on taxable income, tax on final withholding. That is the total tax liability he shall be discharged in Sri Lanka. Therefore, person's tax liability could be, it could be from tax on taxable income, or it could be from tax on final withholding amount. Right? Right. So we have discussed actually what is tax on final withholding amount. I will explain this one again. This is very important part. That's why. Right? What is tax on final withholding amount? Before that thing, we discussed what is withholding. So withholding means somebody can hold the tax. Withholding means somebody can hold the tax. And it says withholding. We call withholding agent. Who is holding tax? The person who makes payment, who can hold the tax. Person who makes the payment, at the time of payment, he can hold the tax. That mechanism called withholding tax. Example, so there is a parent who make a payment to party who got that service income, service fee. As a settlement consideration for the service he obtained, he is making the service fee payment. So on that service fee, he is deducting tax. So therefore, he can withhold tax to person who make the payment. Actually, that tax is not his part. That liability is not his liability. It is the liability of the person who receives that income. So income tax is the liability of the income tax is the person who having taxable income or person who receives final withholding amount. Right? So then when they are making the payment, he knows that tax liability actually is the person who receives that income. His tax liability. What he is doing, he owes the tax and he remitted to the tax authority. He is a collector, tax collector. He called tax agent. On behalf of Sri Lanka government, he is collecting tax. That is not his income, that is not his asset, that is not actually this is part, this is not part of his the money. Right? It is the liability of the other person. What he is doing, he is holding tax. Or we put it in a very summary way, simple way. When he making the payment, he deducts the tax. He deducts the tax. It is the tax liability of the person who is receiving income. Right? And he remits to the tax authority. That is the mechanism we call withholding tax. Tax is withholding. When he can make withhold, if there is a payment, so at the time of payment, he can hold the tax. Example, when the bank is making the interest payment, bank can hold the tax. When the employer making the remuneration to this employee, he can deduct the tax. Right? So that type of thing. So then that mechanism we call withholding. As per the tax law says, sum of withholding tax is fine. Section 88 says 1, 2, 3, 4. These are final withholding. These are final withholding. Illegal law says these are final withholding. Otherwise, it is not final withholding. Right? So, say bank is making the interest payment to the deposit holder. Interest income is whose income? Who is the owner of that income? Deposit holder. So, deposit holder's income, bank is deducting tax. It's not bank tax. What he is doing, he is deducting tax. He is collecting tax and paying to the tax authority. Right? So, that tax goes to the tax authority. But ultimately, who is liable for that tax? Person who is getting that income. Tax law says, okay, you have deduct tax, it is final withholding. So means once the payer, or we call withholding agent, deducts and remit to the tax authority that particular tax, as per the law says, it is final. That means the person who receiving that income is not liable for tax more than what the tax deducted at the payment. That is final withholding. Right? Was the person who making the payment, or we call withholding agent, making that payment, deduct that tax and remit to the tax authority. That is the maximum tax income receiver should be paid in Sri Lanka. That's why I call final withholding. Right? Now you can see that is income is received by this particular person, individual. Now he has deducted tax. If it is final withholding, he shall not be paid any more tax in Sri Lanka. That's already deducted and paid to the government. Right? Clear? That is the final withholding mechanism. That is called, we call final withholding. I can give good example. So when a company, resident company distribute dividend out of its profit, resident company is supposed to deduct or mandated to deduct tax at 15% on such dividend and remit to the tax authority. Dividend income is whose income? Shareholders' income. The shareholder shall pay tax on his income. But company, when a resident company declare dividend on his profit, he is mandated to deduct, we call advance income tax. The same thing withholding tax. At 15%, it is final. So when the shareholder get that dividend, he is not supposed to pay any more tax in Sri Lanka. That is the maximum tax he shall be paid on his dividend income. That's why you call final withholding. So who says? Illegal law says this is final withholding. Otherwise it is not final withholding. Right? Therefore, if somebody is getting that income, which is recognized by the international law as final withholding, it is also liable income for tax in Sri Lanka. Liable income. He is liable to pay tax in Sri Lanka. Some amount. It could be 15%, it could be 14%, whatever percentage. He is liable to pay tax in Sri Lanka, but when the payer deduct tax and remit to the tax authority, that is the maximum tax he shall be paid in Sri Lanka. Right? That means if any payment which is not subject to final withholding, it could be taxed at another rate. Right? Any other rate. Example, I could say, the banker, when the banker making the payment, interest payment to the shah or the deposit holder, bank is deducting tax right now as 10%. Right? Effective from 1st April, it is 10%. Before that thing, it is 5%. Bank is deducting tax. say 10% they are deducting. Once the deposit holder gets that income, it is because that interest is not subject to final withholding. So therefore, the deposit holder liable to pay tax on that income at the rate which is applicable to him. Right? Simply, I can say in case of the company, tax rate is 30%. Now, bank has deducted say 10% on the interest income. That particular company has to work out tax liability at 30%. And what the withholding deducted by the bank can be deducted as a tax payment because that tax has been paid by the agent on behalf of the income owner. Right? That is not final withholding. That is the difference between final withholding and non-final withholding. Right? Clear? Any question? This is very important. Any question? No question? Right. So that is one part of income. Because if any income is not liable for Sri Lanka income tax, nobody can deduct tax on that. Right? Not liable means he is not supposed to pay any single rupees as tax. Sorry, means pay a deduct the tax. Illegal law pay. This is final withholding. Some payments are subject to final withholding. What the payer or the being called withholding agent deduct tax, this withholding doesn't have any more tax liability in Sri Lanka. That is fine. Right? So we discussed this one, definition, and the year of assessment. This 12-month period starting from 1st April and ending with 31st March of the next year, where the company or the trust they can apply for a change to the year of assessment. Others they cannot. You can that is something else. That is when somebody is having a bank account and they are getting income. It's that interest is subject to withholding tax. So bank is anyway deducting flat rate as 10%. But it's like real income more liable for tax as different rate. Below lesser than 10%. You can take a declaration to taxable and only interest is therefore no near tax. That is something else. That is the mechanism to reduce that tax. Otherwise, that's all. So in case of the final recording, that is the tax he is paying. So we have to give up. That is the maximum we have to pay. Non-final recording, once we work out our tax liability, we can get that tax what we paid as withholding. If that withholding amount is higher than our actual liability, then there will be excess pay. That's why that mechanism is there. That is only for individuals, nothing else. And also it is for interest income, not any other income. Right? Yeah. Right. This is the other first one, right? So now, thereafter we'll discuss what we have actually discussed. What is taxable income? Right? Taxable income says section 3 says taxable income could be from assessable income from employment, assessable income from business, assessable income from investment, assessable income from any other source. So all together we call total assessable income. From there we can deduct two items. Under section 52, once we deduct the answer is we call taxable income. That is taxable income. Right? That's how the taxable income is said. Taxable income is said, what is assessable income from employment, assessable income from business, assessable income from investment, or assessable income from other source. From there we can deduct qualifying payment and relief, which is coming under section 52. Once we deduct that thing, we call that is taxable income. Right? So what is taxable income from employment? It says these are we call source of income. As per the tax law says, any income what we are discussing shall be categorized only to these four sources. To person who can receive income in the four way. We call source of income. That means how that income is generated for tax purpose. How income is recognized for tax purpose. It could be from employment, it could be from business, it could be from investment, it could be from any other source. Therefore, so in general terms, we are discussing interest, rent, dividend, salary, whatever thing. But for tax point of view, we have to categorize into these four sources. So tax law says how to work out taxable income from employment. It says what is coming under taxable income from employment, what is not coming, and how to work out. Right? So taxable income from business, it says what is business and what are the things that need to be included when we work out taxable income from business, and what are the things what we can deduct or remove, or what are the things that is exempt and what are the things which is excluded. Likewise, that says. That means it says how to work out taxable income from business. 11 law says how to work out taxable income from investment. Right? Likewise, it says. So then each source of income, taxable income from each source, need to be worked out separately. Right? There is a guideline. We have to follow the guideline and work out. Right? And so all these four we call taxable income. On that, we work out the tax liability and the tax rate applicable to the particular person. Say for example, I could say if taxable income to individual is so much, it could be liable for tax at 6%, 12%, 18%, 24%, 30%, 36%. So in Sri Lanka, individuals are liable for tax. That the maximum rate is 36%. Right? So question what you have asked, that say interest income somebody is receiving 100 million. 100 million. So bank is deducting 5% on the 100 million is 5 million. And he could be liable for tax at the 36%. Right? But the bank deductor, he can get that the tax credit, balance thing he has to pay from his income. Right? Right. So when we are discussing taxable income, we say taxable income of a resident person. Of the residential status income. When we work out taxable income, we have to take residential status of the particular person, whether he is a resident of Sri Lanka for tax purpose or whether he is a non-resident person for Sri Lanka tax. Reason is that it says in case of the resident person, we are not bothering about where that income is generating. So in case of the resident person, it is not material where that income is originating. It could be from Sri Lanka, it could be from any others. It says, wherever the source arises. Wherever the source arises. Right? That is for resident person. In case of the non-resident person, it says that in case of the non-resident person, if that particular income arises or derived from a source in Sri Lanka, then he is chargeable for Sri Lanka income. Right? So therefore, residential status is important. It says, in case of the resident person, we'll assume that resident means person who is in Sri Lanka. Right? In case of the resident person, we are not bothering about where that income is generating. It could be from Sri Lanka or elsewhere. It says wherever the source arises. That's for resident person. Right? In case of the non-resident person, we assume that non-resident means person outside Sri Lanka. It says that if there's a source in Sri Lanka, that means that income is generated from Sri Lanka. then he is chargeable for Sri Lanka income tax. Otherwise, not. Right? Right. So that residence and non-residence status. So it says how to recognize the residential status. Right? Individual, if he reside in Sri Lanka and person physically present in Sri Lanka more than 180 days for any 12-month period, which start or ending with the year of month. An employee who or official of the government of Sri Lanka posted outside Sri Lanka with his spouse, and for individual who is working for Sri Lanka ship, which is registered under Sri Lanka Merchant Ship Act. In such case, that particular individual shall be considered as resident in for Sri Lanka Act. So in case of the partnership, if the partnership form in Sri Lanka and or anytime its management or control is done by a person in Sri Lanka, so then that partnership shall be considered as resident partnership for Sri Lanka tax. In case of the trust, if the trust established in Sri Lanka and trustees are residents in Sri Lanka, or anytime during the senior managerial decision of the trust is taken by a person in Sri Lanka with other person of interval entity. In such case, that trust is treated as resident trust for Sri Lanka tax. So in case of the company, so it is important for our discussion because we have worked out the tax income tax liability of a corporate. It says a company shall be resident in Sri Lanka for a year of 12 months if it is incorporated or formed under the law of Sri Lanka. If the particular company incorporate or formed under the law of Sri Lanka, whatever law, it could be Companies Act or any other act. If it is incorporated under the law of Sri Lanka, that particular company shall be treated as resident company. Or it's registered or principal office in Sri Lanka, or at any time during the year, the management and control of affairs of the company exercised in Sri Lanka, that particular company shall be treated as resident company for Sri Lanka tax. Why it is important residential status? Why? For tax purpose, we have to check residential status. Why? Why residential status is important? Why? Why residential status is important? Why? Why residential status is important? Why? Why? අය අපි මොකද කම්පැනියක් රෙසිඩන්ට් අන්තිමද කියලා බලන්න. Right. Right. Ah. Right. Right. Oh. Right. Right. I'm company. I am an equity. No, if I put it in simple, so why residential status is important for that point of view? So we are not bothering about where that income is generated in case of the resident person. අපිට ඒක වැඩක් නැහැ. එයා resident නෝදින් එයා කොහෙන් හම්බුණා income එක ලංකාවේ තමයි charge වලින් tax වල. Right? So we are not bothering about where that income is coming. In case of the resident company. But if it is become a non-resident, so then we have to check whether there is an income source in Sri Lanka to that particular company. Right? That's why it is important. Right. So basically, in case of the company, the only three sources are very important. Right? That is income from business, investment or other source. So generally, basically company doesn't have that employment income, but there is a chance to company to get that and receive that employment income. So we discuss. So what is we start the assessable income from business, right? So it says what is business? It says what is business? It says includes. Definition says includes trade, profession, vocation, or isolated arrangement. It says trade, profession, vocation, or isolated arrangement. But important point here is with the business character. The character is what is that? That it should be business in nature. So how to define that? What is business? Right? What is business? So it says business. This type of thing. The term trade is not defined that, but this type of thing. Where a person has purchased some commercial quantities of items which are more than enough for them. More than enough for them. That means if somebody is purchasing some item or commodity which is beyond his private usage, then there is a clue that why he has purchased that thing. Intention is not to consume. Then why? So it could be usage. So that is one character. Second thing he says, if such articles are held for a shorter period of time, what is the duration of period he held that asset? Right? For a private asset, it could be for a generation or 2 generations, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Say we are setting up a house to live. So many generations can be live there. Right? So not short period of time. The period of time, but the asset is held under ownership. That is also a factor. So transactions are repetitive. Whether the transaction can be recurrent nature. The trade it is recurrent also. Right? Whether it can be repetitive or the recurrence. So chance to recurrence. That also need to be checked. Anything has been done to have a saleable item. Activities done after acquiring the asset. Activities done to make that market attract particular asset. Right? So because of that activities, value of the goods or the value of the commodity, value of the article or the asset could be going up. Right? I could give simple example, say I am purchasing a vehicle. I can say, I can do some sort of modification to the vehicle to give more attractive. Thereafter, value of the asset is going up. That all other factors also need to be modified, and thereafter we need to evaluate. So on that, we can conclude whether it is fading or otherwise. I mean, for my private asset also, I can do some modification. I can hold. All that's it. So then the duration of the ownership is important. Holding period, right? Any such motive to make profit. This is very important. The intention is what is profit. Why that asset is purchasing, earn profit. Then it is more towards to business. So these are the main character what we are checking. If any activity, that's what says, because as per this one says, even is a single arrangement, one transaction, but these type of things are there. It shall be coming under the business. You know that normally the business is continuing, right? Could be happening for a long period. You know that there is an assumption that business has a going concern, right? Unforeseeable period it is continuing. But for the tax point of view, no, it's not important. Right? Even they are doing only one transaction, but the intention is to earn profit. Then that particular income is coming under the business. Clear? Right. And that dominance mutual. So this thing we have discussed, right? Other one is past, present or prospective business also we are considering for tax point of view, but exclude an employer. Reason is that tax sale, whatever income received you, first thing you have to check whether it is falling under the employment income. If it is not, then we need to check whether it is coming under the business income. If it is not, we need to check whether it is coming under the investment income. If not, we have to check whether it is falling under the other source. We call dominance management. So on that basis, we have to go. Right? Right. So we discussed trade. Profession means somebody is having professional qualification, and that qualification is receiving some income. It is also coming under the business income. Right? And vocational, say somebody is having technical skills, experience, that type of thing, and using that skills or the experience to earn income, that is coming under the vocational income. But for tax point of view, it is business income. Right? But the employment income is not coming under here. Employment income is not coming under here. Is that clear? After that level, we have discussed at the first discussion. Any question from that? Membership principle means, so there are four sources of income. It says taxable income from employment, taxable income from business, taxable income from investment, taxable income from others. So whatever income you receive, first we have to check whether it is coming under the employment income. Then that says how to work out the employment income. So we have to work out under that. If it is not, then we have to check whether it is coming under the business income. Right? These characters are their business income. So then it is coming under business income. They say how to work out business income. If it is not, then we have to check whether it is coming under investment income. The features are there. Right? If not, then we have to check whether it is coming under other source of income. So that order we have to follow. That's why I say domino. No question? No? Then good. Can move. Right. So then section 6 says computation of taxable income. In that section says what are the things that need to be included and what are the things that can be excluded from when we work out taxable income from business. Right? It says these things need to be included. Business income in calculating the person's gains and profit from conducting a business. The following shall be included. Mandatory to include these things. It says service fee. What are the service fee? Give me an example. Business income, the service fee income. Give me an example. I didn't get it. So it is the nature of the business is what is rendering services. Remember, rendering services. It could be company or it could be individual even. Why? If it is having a business character, it is coming under the business income. So we work out the tax or the taxable income of a person. Person could be individual, company, or whatever thing. If that say person can be say assuming he is an individual, he is rendering education services, that service fee income should be coming under the business income. That need to be considered. Right? Consideration received in respect of trading stock. Example. Consideration received in respect of trading stock means yeah. So what is the strategy what we learn? Consideration in respect of trading stock means what is what is the what? Realization of inventory. ඒක අපි කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා? ඒක රටන වචන account statement. අපි income statement එකේ දාලා වචන. Consideration received in respect of trading stock. Sales. It says sales. Trading stock එක විකුණනවා කම්පැනි එක මොකක්ද කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒක ගන්න මේක. tax එක හදන්න. He simply says what is sales. But tax says consideration received in respect of trading stock. Right? Gains from the realization of capital assets and liabilities of the business. If there are gains on the realization of capital assets or the liability of a business, that should be included. And realization of depreciable assets. Realization of depreciable assets of the business. So you can see it's connected to the business. If it is connected to the business, yes, it is also need to be considered. Consideration for accepting or restriction of a business capacity. Right? So this first, the second, the third one and fourth one. You know that in the financial statement we are recognizing those things, right? If say we are selling factory building, we recognize the gain. Say we are selling a land what we own. If it is under the business name, we recognize, right? These things are there in the financial statement, but especially says these things need to be included. Can be included. Right. So then it says it says consideration for accepting a restriction of business capacity. So it says restriction, somebody is restricting our business capacity, and for that purpose he is making an payment. I think we have two markets. market A and market B. Right now we are in the business of market A. In that market, we can go to the market B. Somebody is coming and telling, okay, you don't do business in this market. For that thing, we are making a payment. They restrict our business. For that thing, they are making a payment. We accept. That is also part of our business income. That's what I mean. That's how I think, right? Accepting of restriction of business capacity. If received in respect of business. If received in respect of business. Any gift which is received in respect of the business, that is also part of our business income. It should be included. So effectively connected with the business. Any amount which is effectively connected with business, that is also need to be included. Right? So, but these things we can exclude. XM amount and final withholding amount. We are excluding. XM amount and final withholding amount, we can remove when we work out the taxable income from business. Another thing is amount included under the employment income. So because it is coming under the employment income, not coming under the business income. So why we are doing XM amount and final withholding amount? When we work on taxable income, why we are doing XM amount and final withholding amount? Why we are doing? අපේ final withholding amount XM amount අයින් කරන්නේ when we work on taxable income. Actually the point is correct. So කාපටක් කියන්න. ඒක පොසිෂන්. That's the new tax everything. Even though I mean the it says final withholding amount. We know that what final withholding amount. Mother withholding or agent is deducted tax, that is final. So when we are work out the taxable income, if there is final withholding amount, we have to consider. Fine. Fine. So like yeah, that's what I mentioned. Say if the income is subject to withholding, it is the liability of the person who gets that income. Now, that this is final withholding. Thereafter the income order and you have to pay any tax. So when it says this, when we work out taxable income from this, if there is final withholding amount, we have to remove, exclude. Why? The interest income is final withholding down. The housing right common tax. අපි දැන් interest order tax එක අඩු කරන්නේ say 5%, bank is tax 5%, in our hand is tax at 36%. You have to pay the tax 36%. If it is not final resource. Why? Why we are removing final withholding amount when we work out the income from business? It's not part of the business. So, reason is that we go with the section 2, it says person's liability for Sri Lanka income tax on taxable income and final withholding amount. So, when we work that, now the tax liability can be on two type of income, which is one part is from taxable income, other part is from final withholding amount. Right? Now, here, when we work out the taxable income, before we work out the taxable income, we need to work out the taxable income. Right? Taxable income, thereafter we can have two items, thereafter taxable income. We call taxable income. So, if anything coming under the taxable income, it goes to taxable income. Reason is that here we can deduct only two items. I told you. Qualifying payment and relief. So when we work out the taxable income, before that thing we have to work out the taxable income. From taxable income, total taxable income, we can deduct qualifying payment. We don't know what is qualifying payment, it's just like payment. Payment is expenditure. And relief. Relief also some sort of benefit what you are getting. So you can see here, from here we cannot deduct any income. Any income we cannot deduct. So if anything coming under the taxable income, it goes until taxable income. Right? The whole intention is work out taxable income to work out taxable income. That is one part. Other part is final withholding. That is need to be worked out separate. That's what. So there are two types of categories of income we recognize or chargeable for Sri Lanka income tax. One thing is tax on taxable income. Other thing is tax on final withholding amount. Tax on final withholding amount already done, right? That's what I mentioned. When the payer make the payment, he deduct the tax if it is final, thereafter we need not to worry about. So here, why we are going to work out the taxable income, we need to work out the taxable income. So then, under the taxable income, there won't be final withholding amount. That need to be worked out separately. That's what it mentioned. Person's tax liability could be tax on taxable income and tax on final withholding amount. Now, tax on final withholding amount, we need to work out separate. Tax on taxable income need to be worked out separate. Before we work out the taxable income, we need to work out the assessable income. Therefore, when we work out the assessable income, final withholding amount we are removing from there. Right? That is separately we are working on. But the income, final withholding, on that we need to work out tax liability. Correct? So, and also exempt amount. Because exempt amount means that cannot be liable for tax in Sri Lanka. Therefore, that is also need to be removed. That's the dimension. So, when we work out the assessable income, anything coming under the assessable income, right? Anything coming under the assessable income, it goes till taxable income. Because any income we cannot remove here. Therefore, when we work out the assessable income, if there is a final withholding amount, we need to work out separate. We need to deal that thing separately recognized. And exempt amount, it cannot be coming under here. Why? If any income comes here, it goes till taxable income. Thereafter, we need to apply the tax rate and work out the tax rate. Therefore, that is also need to be removed. Right? So, how we recognize what are the exempt amount? That is says in the 11 law says these are exempt. Otherwise, it is not exempt. Where 11 law says these are final withholding amount. Otherwise, it is not final withholding amount. Right? Therefore, we should know what are the exempt amount and final withholding amount also. Right? We are discussing that separate. Right. So then XM amount and final withholding amount is removing, right? So whole equation here is to work out taxable income. Before we work out taxable income, we need to work out the assessable income. Therefore, if there is final withholding amount, we need to remove here and it need to be worked out separately. If there is XM amount, anyway it is not liable for Sri Lanka tax. This is XM. Therefore, we have to remove. Right? Is that clear? So we discuss what is business character. So how to work out the assessable income from business? So there is no format given in the tax law how to work out assessable income from business, right? It says there is some sort of guideline. When we work out now, we know that what the things that need to be included, what the things that need to be excluded, right? Thereafter it says some type of expenditure and income how to work out for tax purpose. So it says in order to arrive at taxable income from business, all expenses incurred in the production of income are allowed as deduction. Expenditure incurred in the production of income are allowed, right? Including certain specific expenditure but prohibiting the deduction of certain other specified expenditure. So mention in the letter, therefore it is required to adjust the book profit or the accounting profit to fit into the provision of the act to arrive at the assessable income for the tax purpose. Accordingly, assessable income is computed as follows. So this format we are using for workout, but it is not as per the. There is no such format in the tax law, right? You cannot find a format in the tax law. There, these things need to be included, these things need to be excluded. These are not deductible, likewise. So we are using this type of format. We start from the profit before tax. This is as per the financial statement. You know, basically, somebody is getting a business. He is preparing financial statement, right? So financial statement prepared as per the general acceptable finance, the financial principles and policies. We are accepting tax purpose as well. We start from the profit before tax. Thereafter, we do modification to the same profit. So that's how it's happening. So is there any XM amount and final withholding amount we are removing? And employment income, if it is there, we are removing. And say any other source of income. So it says that business income, say investment income, that need to be worked out separate. Likewise, those source of income we have to remove. And disallowable expenditure, if any expenditure is not permitted to deduct when we work out assessable income from business as per the tax law. Because we are starting from net profit before tax, that means that expenditure may be deducted from in the financial statement. So we call disallowable expenditure that need to be added back. Any allowable expenditure which is not considered when we work out the profit before tax, we can deduct. And the difference between this plus and minus side, we call assessable income from business. Right? Where? So that format I am using for computation purpose. So you can also follow the same format. Right? So, but in the examination context, you have to mention. You have clearly mentioned why we are adding back or why we are removing. We are putting the plus side or minus side. Why we are doing that? That need to be mentioned, right? So basically, in the computation of business profit, this is the major part. Right. Unless otherwise provided by that, the timing of inclusion and deduction in calculating the personal income shall be made according to the general accepted accounting principle. So what is general accepted accounting principle means? It says IFRS adopted by the Sri Lanka. So it says simply says SLFRS and LKA. The financial statement prepared as per that reporting framework, accounting reporting framework, On that, we are getting profit before tax. That is used for the computation of taxable income from business, right? So that says an individual or entity conducting business shall account for income tax purpose on an accrual basis. So business income should be recognized on accrual basis. Right, accrual basis. Are there any income source which can be recognized on cash basis? Cash basis and accrual basis are different. Financial statement prepared on cash basis or accrual basis? Accrual basis. So what is the meaning by accrual basis? So that means you will incur before income. Right? So accrual basis, so cash basis pay, once the cash receivable pay, we are recognized. For the accounting reporting frame, we say financial statement should be prepared on accrual basis. So tax law says some income we can recognize on even cash basis. Mantana ko ligana ganda. Kada income. Tax again you know some income are on cash basis recognize not but business income actually say only accrual basis or cash basis. No. So employment income employment income can be recognized on cash basis. Employment income. Right? So employment income we can recognize under cash basis. That's why that bonus, once we receive bonus, we are recognizing for tax purpose. Is cash basis. An individual can account investment income also on cash basis. Investment income. Interest income में हमारे पास सब डाउन ना बोलवा tax का recognize, not tax purpose. But in case of the business income, either individual or entity, it should be always on accrual basis. That's why it says it is the financial statement prepared as per the general accepted accounting principle. We are recognizing for tax purpose as it is. Thereafter, we do some modification. So we are using the profit before tax. Thereafter, we do some sort of adjustment to that one to fit to tax law. And the result or the answer, what we are getting is we call taxable income from this. Right? Right. So it says disallowable and allowable expenditure. Right? So under the 11 law says deduction. So there are basically three areas. One thing is section 10, very important. When you work out with taxable income from business. Other section is section 11, very tricky section in the law. Another section starting from section 2 to section 9. Right? So these are involved with when we work out the taxable income from business or investment. Right. Under section 10 says, it says general deduction. Section 10 says general deduction. Right? General deduction. But under the, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, likewise give the list of expenditure. Even if it says general deduction, any expenditure coming under section 10 are not deductible. Right? Any expenditure coming under section 10, we cannot deduct when we work out the taxable income from business. We call disallowable expenditure. whatever expenditure coming under section 10, are not permitted to deduct when we work out the taxable income from business or investment. This is not possible. Right? We call this a liable expenditure. Section 11 says that is the main deduction. We call main deduction section. It says all expenses, to the extent that they are incurred. First thing is they are incurred. It should be incurred during the year. This year of assessment related to end on. Incurred for the year in the production of income. That expenditure should support to generate income. It is required or necessary to generate income. In such case, that expenditure can be done. The main deduction section says allowable expenditure. But it says if any expenditure incurred during the year, the thing is should be incurred during the year. Second thing it says for the production of income. It should be for the production of income. That means regardless of that expenditure, there should be some sort of income generation. It should support to generate income. Right? So in such case, that expenditure we can deduct. And having said that, the subsection 2 says, even though it is an expenditure incurred for the production of income, capital nature expenditure we cannot deduct. Generally, we are not passing capital nature expenditure in the comprehensive income statement, right? Comprehensive income statement, capital nature expenditure. I recognize. But the tax law says, what is capital nature expenditure? What do you mean by capital nature expenditure? Definition for capital nature expenditure. Tax law you learn accountancy, right? Evaluation case. Not example, definition. What do you mean by capital nature expenditure? Well, capital nature expenditure. I this related to business. I mean, it says there is example. I am asking what is the interpretation for capital nature? How you are demarcating this capital nature, what this is government? Expenditure support करना is not support to generate income. That's right. That is example. So I mean, what is the definition for the capital nature expenditure? Example is correct. Expenditure can explain what do you mean by expenditure? Right. Accountancy right? But so to me, capital nature expenditure means any expenditure which bring benefit more than one financial or reporting year. That's true. That's recognized as capitalized expenditure about the financial reporting purpose. Am I right? What you told that, okay, we are acquiring assets. So why? To generate income. How long that asset will be with us? More than one financial year. So it's being a benefit to the organization. Yes. That's why we are recognizing as capitalized expenditure. Right? Clear? If it's not the case, it is coming under that particular benefit within the financial year, reporting year. So then we are recognizing as capitalized expenditure. Correct? Right. So that's purpose it says what is capitalized expenditure? No, it says section 11. I told you section 11 says any expenditure incurred in the production of income, during the year, it is deductible. But capitalized expenditure are not deductible. So it says capitalized expense includes an expense that secure a benefit capable of lasting longer than 12 months period. It also says very similar definition for accounting. It says that particular expenditure requires benefit. That means because of that particular expenditure, benefit flow to the organization more than 12 months period. Example. Huh? Can I have an example like capitalized expenditure? Plant. Plant. Yeah, good. Accepted. Plant is capitalized expenditure. What do you mean by plant? So then building. Yeah, what is the mean by plant? So plant is BBE plant can. Plant living. So BBE. So then machinery. When we call plant. Equipment we recognize machinery separate, right? So then what is plant? Plant. Land and building, no land and building. So then what? How is that plant? Property plant and equipment. Now it goes as non-current asset, right? And that plant and equipment, plant and machinery. What is mean by plant? Plant. Now the machinery of plant where? Just plant. Building, just plant. Factory, plant. Tangible. So the plant, movable. It's plant. The factory movable can be. The factory can become a plant, right? So yes. No. Separate. So the plant is the main asset. In a business activity, plant is the main asset which contribute to the generation of income. We call plant. Right? It could be machinery, it could be factory, it could be ship, it could be aircraft. Depend on that business nature. So it is the main asset. In case say educational institution, plant could be this thing. Not coming as the furniture. This plant. Why? That is the asset contribute to the main asset. Generation of cash. That's called plant. Because the plant killer when I come even we write the property plant and equipment is there. It could be machinery, it could be say furniture, it could be say vehicle. Say in case of the transportation business could be vehicle. Right? So that is the main asset which support to the generating income. Without that asset, it's very difficult to generate income by that particular business sector. That's the main asset. All things is depend on that. Right. Right. So now it says so any expenditure which capital enter we cannot deduct. That says require the benefit capable of lasting longer than 12 months. So I'm going to say whatever expenditure what we incur is in secure benefits. So gave a benefit more than 12 months period. It's coming under the capital nature expenditure. Agreed? So then acquisition of asset to generate income. So asset is generating income more than 12 months period, then that is coming under the capital nature expenditure. Why it is mentioned here especially? Section 11 not a if you are going on with the section 11, subsection 1, it says all expenditure incurred in the production of income. It doesn't say capital nature expense. As for section 11, subsection 1 says even we can deduct machinery cost. Why? We incurred in the production of income. Having said that, it says, but capital nature expenditure are not possible. That's why it's separately mentioned. Right? Clear? Right. So now agree that if any expenditure which is secure, benefit more than 12 months period, it is coming under the capital nature expenditure. Right? That money can say, I will give you an example. Tell me whether it is capital nature or capital nature. Okay? Deal? Tell me, advertisement expenditure. Advertisement expenditure, capital nature or capital nature? Huh? It's not a capital nature. Capital nature. So what? Once we do that advertisement expenditure right now, it brings income next year or customer. Fine. So I say assume 31st March 2025 we do that advertising campaign. Why not? It directly comes to the generated income, right? Advertisement. I can't get it. I couldn't get that one. I mean, how you are doing that probability? That's the probability. Okay, but income we are getting because of the. I mean, we have to do. I mean, say first time we are setting up a say product, so we need to do advertisement. Otherwise, say simple example, I could say that. Say first time somebody is coming to say special chocolate. They have to do advertisement, otherwise nobody is not getting on that level. So thereafter sales is starting, right? So then whether it is coming under that capital nature expenditure or not. I mean, I can give example. Say, mobile phone. There was time we didn't have mobile. That mobile phone, somebody has invented that mobile phone. Thereafter, he made a advertisement campaign. This type of facilities there are, so it's a peripheral. This is supposed to communicate without code. So that advertisement has done. It generated income. Still is generating income. Is it coming under that? Capital nature or capital nature? Capital nature. Well, income statement again, capital nature expenditure is that. I don't know. Advertisement. Bagai terima kasih revenue. Tapi yang ada selling and distribution lagi dalam mau, ini apa damai? Tapi kan sponsor siapa? Mana punya administration and establishment expenses, selling and distribution. Apa ni? Financial. Kau murah dia tu betul. So to me, for the tax point of view, it is capitalized expense. As for this definition, I mean, they have given definition. If that particular expenditure bring benefit more than, if you have benefit more than 12 months period, it is falling under the capitalized expenditure. So marketing and promotional expenditure can come under the capitalized expenditure. Right. As per the section 11, capitalized expenditure cannot be deducted. Right? Yeah. Electricity expenditure. Capitalized or capitalized? Why? Then 1 year. Yeah, we consume for the consumption we have paid. We consume for a particular period. Hey, we consume consume. That's what is called incurred. Incurred means we have what is? We have consumed and we have obligation to pay. That's what incurred. Incurred in the production of income. Incurred income generation. Clear? So that's what. That is the difference between accrued and other one is sorry. Accrued and accrued and provision. Accrued and provision. So what is the difference between accrued and provision? Provision. Provision. What is the difference between accrued and provision? Provision for expenses and accrued expenses, right? That is. Good also like it. You have to pay. Yeah, correct. One thing is correct. We have a probability. That's what you told is correct. Probability. That's a probability of happening this thing. So for that one, we can make a reliable estimate to make a provision. Provision recognized financially safe, right? Otherwise, what we are able to do? Disclosure, correct. Only disclosure. Provisioning recognized. The event occurrence, probability, best estimate. Right. So provision එක තමයි අපි එහෙම කරන්නේ. Accrued means accrued means the liability is certain. We know that it's happened. Definitely, obligation is there. That's obligation, right? So therefore, it's recognized as accrued. That means we have obligation to pay. We have consumed. That's what it says. So we 31st March, if we are preparing financial statement, we didn't receive that electricity bill, but we have already consumed electricity. Now we have a legal obligation, right, to pay that. Pay කරන අතෝනේ electricity board එකේ කපලා දාලා. Right? So there's a legal obligation. So we know that we have consumed. We can work out what is the liability. So therefore we park as accrued expenditure. Salary, yes, accrued expenditure. Bonus, it could be provision. Right? So that's all. So here it says that's what the incurred. Expenditure incurred. So the section 12 to 19 says special rules. 12 to 19, right? Right. So now we'll move to that section 10. It says general deduction. Even this section says general deduction. So whatever expenditure here says these things are not deductible, even it is incurred in the production of income. Therefore, section 10 is the most powerful section. It says no deduction. No deduction. We cannot deduct. Go tax point of view. When you work out the assessable income from business or investment. Right? It says. So this thing is, first thing is section 10, subsection 1A is related to employment income. It says, when we work out the employment income, we cannot deduct any expenditure. There is no chance to deduct expenditure. You might learn this, right? So it is not actually relevant for our discussion today. But I have mentioned this is there in the section 10. Section 10, 1 subsection B says, calculate the income from any source. Following are not allowed. Not allowed. Domestic expenditure. Domestic expenditure generally is private expenditure. There's a definition, right? Tax payable under the Inland Revenue Act. Income tax, is it an expenditure or not? Income tax is expenditure or not? Expenditure when are income tax? Now, as one income statement, we recognize administration expenditure, establishment, distribution, marketing, selling, distribution, or finance and other. And in which category that income tax is coming? Not expenditure. Expenditure. So why then we are not recognized under these three categories? Finance. I say that finance. What expenditure considered under taxation? But they tell me whether tax is an expenditure or not. Huh? It's expenditure. Yeah, it is outgoing. Yeah, we have to pay. That is expenditure, correct. So where we are going to record that? Then it will record for you. Tax in the income statement. Income tax is the person that one category get. I am going to category. other comprehensive income. So then other comprehensive income. Okay, you got that. Profit after tax is like there is a profit before tax. And after tax, and then profit after tax. The profit after tax is the current government tax is otherwise profit after tax. So then why we have put in there? We can't be, I mean, all the expenditure we categorize into the administrative or selling and marketing or whatever thing. So tax is not coming under that. Why? Expenditure can't. Why is the credit dependent?
Income only makes the overall profit taken.
Yeah.
Profit taken.
Correct. Okay. So I mean so all the expenditure what we are recognizing in the income statement, this is not tax, right? So administration expenditure or the selling and distribution or marketing expenditure, finance expenditure, which has incurred and it has some sort of benefit flow to the organization. We can directly recognize. Say we are declaring our say salaries under the administration expenditure. Why we are paying salaries to staff? They are working for company. Why? They are generating income. But we are incurring, we have to pay tax definitely because it is the law. But we cannot recognize relevant benefit which is brought to the organization. One thing. Other thing is another important point is it is close to the another stakeholder is for government. Therefore, the owner of the business should recognize how much to government, how much to it anything. Like the parent recognition. Right? So, but as for the tax law says, even it is expenditure, you can deduct when you work out the taxable income from business. Income tax expense. Right? That's why in this statement I mentioned, we start from profit before tax. That means they are not deducting tax when we work out taxable income. If you are working out the taxable income from profit after tax, then we have to add back the tax. Why? It is not deductible expenditure. Right? For income tax purpose, tax is not a deductible expenditure. So then there's 3. Roman 3 says interest, penalties, and fine payable for breach of any written law in the country. So interest, penalty, or fine payable in breach of written law. That is also not a deductible expenditure. Right? Expenditure or any other deduction incurred in deriving XM or final withholding amount. So any expenditure incurred to generate XM income or generate final withholding amount, we cannot deduct when we work out taxable income from business. That particular expenditure to the XM income. Therefore, it can be deducted from XM income. Or any expenditure which is connected with the final withholding amount, when we work out the final withholding income, we can deduct. It cannot be deducted from taxable income. Why? Here the intention is to work out taxable income. So final withholding amount and XM amount we are removing. Therefore, if there is connected expenditure, that also need to be disallowed. Retirement contribution by the employer. Unless the fund is approved. Retirement contribution recognized in an income statement. Give me example. Activity. EPF, EDF, correct. Pension, that type of thing. If the fund is approved, only fund is approved, then it is deductible. Otherwise, it is not deductible. Generally, this EPF and ETF funds are approved funds for tax purposes. Right? Otherwise, it's so. Is there any private funds, EPF, ETF? Yeah, the company can maintain a private fund. That's no restriction. But for the tax point of view, it shall be contributed to approved fund by the Commissioner General of Payment. We do deduct. Otherwise, we cannot deduct that particular expenditure. Right? Dividend of a company. Dividend of a company. Dividend क्या हुआ? Dividend is a expenditure or not? When you record the taxable income from business, you cannot deduct. Dividend for taxable. हो दिया. Yeah, expenditure का किधर? Dividend we are recognizing under the. Yeah, it is coming under the. This is dividend payment. Not income. Coming under the. Changes and equity, right? Company के दाम changes and equity. We are not recognizing the company's income statement. So, but anyway, it is part of. I mean, it's just like expenditure, right? Why we are paying dividend? That is to the shareholder claim. Yeah, dividend can be. So, I mean, there are two ways to source fund. One thing is equity, other thing is debt. Debt all we are paying interest. Equity all we are paying dividend. That is part of expenditure, right? But for the tax point of view, we cannot deduct that. Outlay of an expenses for entertainment. For entertainment expenses, we cannot deduct. Right? It is useful. Right? Reserve or provision for expenditure or loss not yet incurred but expected to be incurred in the future. Yeah. So it's very clear there. Reserve or provision. Provision is not deductible. Example, provision or example again. Can you read? Bonus. Huh? Depreciation. Now. Huh? Warranty provision. Amortization. Right? And bad debt provision. Provision. Whatever provision is not deductible for tax point of view. We cannot deduct any provision. Remember, no provisions are deductible for tax point. When we work on taxable income, any provision that is disallowed. So that's why I say not incurred yet. So for the future losses not yet incurred but expected to be incurred in the future. So that's why we are making a provision, right? Right now we don't have the expenditure, but we expect this happening. It could be happen. There is a probability. Right? Therefore, right now, as a prudent concept, right now also we are making a provision. Close it. No provisions are deductible. We count it. Expenses incurred on lottery, betting or gambling. So that type of expenditure we cannot deduct unless it is a business. If you are doing as a business, we can, otherwise not. Taxes to other levies specified by the Commissioner General. There's a gazette notification. Under that it says these expenditure These taxes are specified tax, therefore not deductible. So the section 10, subsection 2 says, where a person is allowed a deduction for a payment for which the person is required to withhold tax. Now, in our side, we are running a business. Now we are going to work out the business income, taxable income from business. Business means we are making some payment. That's our expenditure. So I told you, payer can deduct tax, withholding tax. So it says, if any payment that requires to deduct tax, but the payer is paid to deduct tax and remit to the tax authority, until such tax is deducted and paid, they cannot deduct entire expenditure. They cannot deduct entire expenditure. It fully disallowed. Right? If any expenditure, as per the tax law says, when the payer make this type of expenditure, relevant tax need to be deducted. But if the payer is paid to deduct tax, that particular expenditure is disallowed expenditure. Right? I could say a simple example, say salaries. When you are making salaries to employee, if the monthly remuneration is more than 100,000 or 150,000, the employer supposed to deduct tax. It goes as advanced personal income tax, APIT. If the employer fails to deduct tax, then the employer work out his taxable income from business, that entire expenditure is disallowed. That's the main. Right? So withhold tax, we are having a detailed discussion on the investment income. At that time, I will explain what are the expenditure which is subject to withholding tax. For the time being, you have to mention. So you have to remember this. If any expenditure which is subject to withholding tax for the payer required to deduct withholding tax, but he paid to do so, the entire expenditure is disallowed. Right? Section 10 2A, it says, where a person pays to another person a sum of money amounting in aggregate of rupees 500,000 or more in any day, or in respect of single transaction, or in respect of series of single transactions related to one event, otherwise than by way of an account pay check, an account pay bank draft, or credit card or debit card, electronic payment system. Right? If he didn't make this payment as per this method, that particular expenditure also disallowed. Right? It says any expenses which is event that value is more than 500,000. Right? Single event or series of payment on single event. More than 500,000. If that particular person makes that payment other than the following day, that means first thing is say account pay check, account pay bank draft, credit card or debit card, electronic payment transfers. If we didn't use this payment mode, then that particular expenditure is entirely disallowed for tax purpose. Right? So, indirectly what it says, what type of payment are disallowed? Cash payment, yes, discouraging cash payment. So, reason is that in Sri Lanka, more than 60% is representing in informal market, happening on cash basis. No recognition, no revenue is recognized properly. For tax point of view, it is a typical capital transaction asset. Right? Therefore, it says, if somebody is making payment more than 500,000 for any expenditure, If that person is not using the settlement, this type of mode, but account for agent, bankrupt, credit card or debit card, or online transfer, then that particular expenditure is fully disallowed. It shall not be considered as expenditure as well as it shall not be considered as a part of a cost of an asset. Asset tax is recognized kind of bad tax purpose. Right? So capture the cash transaction. That you can see that all these four mode of payment, settlement mode, is through bank. Check එකක් කිව්වොත් account page එකක් තමයි කියන්නේ. So why? Account page එකක් වුණාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? Account page එකෙන් process කරපු එක. So process කරපු එකක් වුණාම මොකද කරන්න පුළුවන්? Account එකකට deposit කරන්න ඕන. If it is not, we can cash from the counter. That means the recipient should have bank account. It should be recognized because in my side it is expenditure. The other side it is income. So if it is chargeable for income, then he shall be paid tax. Transaction cash flow nothing. There is no formal method to recognize that. Right? Bank statement you know, we can recognize. Government can recognize. I should know how I should get that. Right? So therefore, he is saying discouraging cash transaction, encouraging transaction to run through banking system. Banking system. That's why the tax law has been amended. This is as a actual amendment. Came couple of 2 years back. It says if any expenditure, value is more than 500,000, event value is more than 500,000, somebody is making payment other than this way, that particular expenditure is disallowed. Right? Even it shall not be considered as a cost of an asset. That means we purchase some item, raw material, but we use the mode of payment as cash. That cost of sales is allowed. Then we acquire an asset, say plant, machinery. We settle that thing without using this mode of payment. We cannot recognize that value of the asset for tax purpose. Right? This one. So, but this section is shall not apply to the government payment. Bank transaction, bank can do that type of thing. So, other part is not yet published, but this type of things they can use. And then if you are making the payment to government or the government making the payment, it is not applicable. They can even use cash payment. And between bank and financial institution, that is also possible on cash transfer. Because that is very regulated, right? Bank and financial, they are regulated. They have to account for all the amount received and payment. So what is domestic expenditure? First thing is we call disallowed expenditure domestic. So domestic expenditure generally says private expenditure. So what is domestic? Section 197, that interpretation says these are domestic expenditure. It says where an individual incur an expenditure for himself in maintaining him, including in providing shelter as well as meals. That is domestic expenditure. If any expenditure incurred to maintain a person, that is domestic. What type of thing? Meals, shelter, that means accommodation, that is coming under domestic expenditure. Right? Refreshment, entertainment or other lesser activity in an individual commuting from home. Commuting from home means traveling expenditure from home to place, business place. In acquiring clothing, including shoes for him other than clothing that is not suitable for wearing outside of work. So providing clothing, shoes, that type of thing. That is also part of domestic expenditure. It says not suitable to wearing outside of work. What does that mean? So domestic expenditure means expenditure make for the maintenance of another person. Right? It could be meals. It could be shelter, accommodation, or it could be transport. It could be providing clothes. But its clothes say, other than clothing that is not suitable to wearing outside work. But this thing is providing clothes, including shoes, are domestic expenditure. But these things are not domestic expenditure. I mean, they are providing clothes. But that particular cloth is not suitable to wear outside of work. What type of clothing are allowed? Indirectly it says these type of expenditure are allowed. I mean, this domestic expenditure is disallowed, no? These expenditure are disallowed, but these are not disallowed. So, I mean, say I am running a business, I am providing clothes. So, it is domestic expenditure. It should be disallowed. But if the cloth is not suitable to wear outside work, that is possible. Deductible. What type of clothes? They are uniforms. Correct. That's uniform. That type of thing possible. Specific some. I mean, you know that in case of the, you can see the construction industry, they are wearing special shoes, caps, and all those things. That is for that purpose. It is not usable for outside work. Right? You know that in the doctors and all those things, they are giving us surgeon and the say, theater. That's a separate case. That cannot be used for another purpose. So reason is that here it's try to give some sort of private benefit. I mean, if I am providing meals, it's a benefit to him. If I am providing accommodation, it's a benefit to him. If I am providing transportation facilities, it's benefit to him. If I am providing clothing, it's benefit to him. But if I am providing uniforms, means there is no private benefit. It doesn't have real market value. Real market value. Therefore, it shall not be part of domestic expenditure. The next one, in educating him, other than education, that is directly relevant to business conducted by him, and that does not lead to a degree or diploma. Providing education is also domestic expenditure, but if that education is directly linked to the business, it is not domestic expenditure. Right? Say we hire an accountant. Now there may be some changes happening in the accounting standard or say taxation or whatever thing, which is related to his role. We do some sort of awareness program. He is sending for that awareness program for that expenditure incurred by the company or the employer. That is not a domestic expenditure. That means it is say it is allowed. In educating him, educational expenditure is domestic expenditure. But he says other than education, that is directly related to the business. Having said it is again said that, but degree or diploma is not even deductible. I mean to say, as I explained, the example is we recruit an accountant. There's a changes in accounting standard right now. So CA Sri Lanka is conducting awareness program. We send that accountant to that particular program. This is relevant to his job. It is deductible expenditure. It is not domestic expenditure. But if it is a degree or diploma, it is again domestic expenditure. Right? Say that accountant sent to SAP campus to do that degree. It is accounting, applied accounting degree. Relevant to that particular area, but it is degree and diploma. Then it is not deductible expenditure. It is coming under the domestic expenditure. Right? So in paying any personal debts, including credit card or debit card, that's right, personal debt payment, personal expenditure, private expenditure, it's not deductible. In paying any interest incurred with respect to money borrowed by him and used for himself is considered as a domestic expenditure. So domestic expenditures are not allowable. Right? Clear? Is that clear? Clear and okay, area again, my example. Income from business sector down. Examining sympathy or empathy is not working. It was right? And also, I told you the first day is be in the classroom and effectively. Otherwise, clever. Right. So then now domestic expenditure is not deductible, right? Clear? Right. We'll have a short break. Because company A also. Salary cost is not enough. Actually, it is not. It's not part of our expense. But when company, you mean the company incurs the tax cost of the employee. But it can be considered as marketing. Let's say my salary is 100,000. They assume that my tax liability that is say 10 rupees. Company is bearing that 10 rupees even. They are paying that my take home is 100,000. And the mean of you mean that entire 100,000 of the 10 rupees is not deductible. No, that entire 110,000 10 rupees is social cost to you. To the company. So that is coming to the remuneration. From there I am deducting tax. When they are deducting tax, not just 10, it is more than that. Because there is a table called tax on tax table that needs to be applied. So then that is not tax is paid. The withholding tax is paid by them. He is incurring additional cost. Now, if I am making payment, say, as I give an example, say my salary cost is say 120,000. From there, I have 3,000 tax. 3,000 tax. So then, so my income statement, what the total cost to be? 120,000. 3,000 I am deducting from you and paying the tax. So if I am incurring that cost, it is 123,000. It should be more than, because tax on tax table need to be applied. That particular tax element need to be considered as a benefit to you. Then it is not tax, it is remuneration. Question is say 125,000 because of the tax on tax is 125,000. On that I am deducting that 5,000 and paying to tax. I am including that tax in your part of your income, and there are times there. Yeah, yeah.
The total expense is 150,000. We see the tax. Tax amount of 50,000. Then when it comes to tax calculation, total 150,000 40,000.
No, that I'm explaining it. Yes, response. So without that API reimbursement, so my salary cost is 100. So if I say sorry 100,000 and say 160,000, that tax is 500,000. Right? And then 500,000 to the take. My income statement is this cost. This is not cost. Right? Now my payroll tax is 500. The tax is 106,000. I cannot become. So you are asking no. I am not. Yeah, I need that 160,000 as my take home. Then my salary is 161,000. Then I am 161. So I need to recognize for tax purpose. From there, I have to deduct 1,500. Then your take home is 160. I have already deduct tax and pay. Therefore, it is not. We have to first incur that 161 as your total salary cost. From there, I am deducting 150. So then now API is deducted and credited. I pay to do so, this one. Then that expenditure is this. Here, one part is there. 1,500 means actual tax is 500. Because of this tax, another 1,000 is coming as. If you not coming as invest this income expenditure, I mean for the my side total expenditure is remuneration under 61,500. Now statement again that my remuneration cost is right now 161,500. From there I am deducting 1,500. So it is under 60. That's fine. That is the law. Fine. Deduct 1,500 and remit to the tax authority. That means tax has been deducted and remit. That's the point. For tax on tax, we need to consider as part of your remuneration. Then it is employment cost. It is not tax. And from there I am deducting tax because I am looking at it because you can say no. This I mean if I am deducting 1,500 and pay to the tax authority, entire expenditure. If I pay to do so, then entire expenditure is including payment. So I mean that you are asking after 6,000, I need salary. Right, that is you ask me. So then okay, I get my salary cost. I can park here. I am deducting that I pay. That's how it says. Section subsection says if any expenditure is subject to API because the AIT was withholding tax. If I pay including that tax, then that particular expenditure is allowed. Here I deduct that. I pay. Is it allowed? That's correct. That's fine because that is the income tax is not deductible. That's right. That is including. That is income tax. There is our income. That's why they are included. That's correct. That's what I want to highlight here. That APIT means income tax. Income tax is not deductible. That's just system. They do things. That is not deducting. They have deducted. Therefore, the salary cost can be deductible. But income tax, other section says income tax as per tax law, you cannot deduct tax. API also income. That's why it's legal. Actually, the explanation for that particular, I told you to understand, I will tell you the tax. If it is recognized as employment expenditure, Because income tax is
and also another இது நாத்திட்டு நான் பேசுறது திட்டு தான் வரும். நான் 9 மணிக்கு வந்து நான் एक तरह से कंपनी में काम कर रहे हैं डिक्लेमेशन राइट करने बिग बॉस में तो बात कर रहे हैं राना समझे से लगेगी Hello, Amisha. Ini tu और मेरे को कोडिंग में टाइप करने में तो आगे नाम है सारा आगे आईडी नंबर ये स्टूडेंट आईडी नंबर हमें मिला इनिशियल एक नाम है जब ऐसी आगे आईडी नंबर जानवर देखना ओ स्टूडेंट आईडी नंबर BSc 2022 के लिए नया रखा है आगे की मार्क में नंबर किया तो आगे रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर 86 सीटर आगे तो आगे संपूर्ण नंबर किया DRH के हम इनिशियल लेकर गाना प्रश्न है DRH के THL हमारे दिन नाम हमेशा ये सीन के लिए आप देख तो मैं पेंटिंग एग्जाम्स के क्लियर करा इधर मेडिकल एक रे क्लास में मुझे से 8 क्लास में मेडिकल लेंगे एक रे का मेडिकल में भी वो में कई बात है जो मैं लिया तो और जैसे कि से मेडिकल में दिल पावर तो मेरे लग दे नहीं मां ये आवृत्ति में जनवरी तक ले आए इतनी मत सोचो मैं कभी देखे कभी इतनी मां ये आवृत्ति में बोले मूडे ये आवृत्ति को पेंटिंग दिख में आवृत्ति ले आगे जाना वाली क्यों है किया ना ESL එකේ අපි දෙන්නම සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් ලිව්වා. ඒක ලයිබ්‍රරි එකේ කතාව මේ මොකද්ද? තියෙනවා කියලා. එතකොට මොකද්ද? ඔයගොල්ලෝ කවුරුද කියන කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. අසන්න කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. මම මේ ඇවිල්ලා බන්දාදී කියනවා මොකද්ද මෙඩිකල් එක. අනිත් මනුෂ්‍ය රෙජිස්ටර් කරනවා. මනුෂ්‍ය රෙජිස්ටර් කරනවා. පස්සේ දෙන්න අනිවාර්යයෙන් මෙඩිකල් එක. මෙඩිකල් එක නම් පැත්ත දෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක දාලා ලියන්නේ මේ ජුලයි වෙනකන් දාන්නේ. මම අනිවාර්යයෙන් මේ අවුරුදු ඔක්කොම ක්ලියර් මේ ජුලයි වෙනකන් මේ පේමන්ට් එක කේස් කරනවා. අට ඔක්කොම ලියලා එක හයක් තිබ්බා. හයක් තිබ්බ සමහරව ඩිස්කවුන්ට් මම සල්ලි සෙට් කරා. සල්ලි සෙට් කරලා පේමන්ට් එකත් මම ඉන්ස්ටෝල්මන්ට් එකේ හරියට ගියා. ඔබට මේ ලක්මාලි මිස්ටර් ආදරේට දාන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ ඇඩ්මිෂන් එකට ගන්න කලින් දවසේ මම 10 වෙනකම් මේරා. 10ට ඩිරෙක්ටර් සර් කිව්වා කස්ටමර් කෙනෙක්ට මම ලක්මාලි මිස්ටර් කෝල් කරලා ලක්මාලි මිස්ටර් ගන්නවා නේද? ඒ ලක්මාලි මිස්ටර් කිව්වා න්යාස් කර අපි ඇප්‍රූවල් එක දුන්නා අපි ෆයිනන්ස් එක මොකක්ද කේස් එකක් ගියා. ඒක මොකක් හරි කතා කරලා අන්තිමට පීපල්ස් බැංක් එකේ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් හම්බුණා චාටර්ඩ් එකට. පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකෙන් පස්සේ කියලා තියෙනවා ලෝන් එකෙන් ක්‍රෙඩිට් කාඩ් ඇප්ලයි කරන්න පුළුවන් 0 ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් එකට කැම්පස් පීපල්ස් බැංක්. කැම්පස් එකේ මිනිමම් ඉන්ස්ටෝල්මන්ට් නැහැ කියන්නේ. ඊට ඇඩ්මිෂන් එක දෙන්න බැහැ. ඉවර කරගත්තා. ඉතින් මම ඇඩ්මිෂන් එක දවසේ ඉඳලා නිකන් මට ආධාරය වෙනකන් ඉඳලා ඇඩ්මිෂන් එක දවසේ ඉඳලා මම නිකන් දෙපාරට යනවා දෙන්න මට දැන් ඉතින් අය ඒකට පහම නෑ මේකට සල්ලි එපා කිව්වා. මේකට ඇවිල්ලා මගේ පෙන්ඩින් ෆීස් ටික ගෙවලා මම ඉදිරිපත් කරා නේද මම මේ ලිස්ට් එක කළේ. ඒ සැප්තැම්බර් මේ එක්සෑම් මට අල්ලින් මේ හලෝ මේ සැප්තැම්බර් අපි මේ 4යි. ඊට මේ 4 අටයි. කොහොමද කරනවා මම ලබන අවුරුද්ද යන්නේ 50. මේක ෆික්ස් කරලා දෙන්න. ඉතින් දැන් මොකද සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ? අපි සෙම් එක මේ සෙම් එක අපේ මේ සෙම් එක සැප්තැම්බර් ඩිසිජනලයිස් බැච් එක සැප්තැම්බර් ලියන්නේ. සැප්තැම්බර් මුල්ලදී අපේ එක්සෑම් ටික අද හරිය මගේ එක්සෑම් ටික. ඒකට පන්න දෙක. එතකොට මේ ඊට කලින් බැච් එකේ අපි අර ගිහින් ඉන්නේ. ඒ හතර කොයි කාලෙද ඉන්නේ? ඒකත් ඒ මාත් second year question එක. second year question දෙන්න නෑ second year ඒ ඔක්කොම යනකම් මම මේ ජුලයි වල දිනවා ඊට පස්සේ ඔක්තෝබර් වල එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔය පොතිය කරනවා නෑ කරන්නේ නැද්ද? එනකොට මේ ජුලයි වල ලියන්න ඕනේ මොඩේ. දැන් මම මේ අවුරුද්දේ තියෙනවා. ආයි තියෙන පොතිය කරනවා. බෑ ඔබ CA කරනවා. උමක්කෝ ඔබ කියා අදහස නෑ මට හිතෙනවා මේකත් එක්ක අනාගතොත් මේ සෙමිකට් කියලා ඒක කොහොමද දාලා දැන් මේ අවුරුද්ද ලියන්න පටන් ගන්නවා දැන් තියෙන මාසෙකට එක ගන්න මේ මට සෙකන්ඩ් ඉයර් එකේ ෆස්ට් එකේ කියනවා මේක නෙත් දෙකක් ඔඩිට් එකයි ෆයිනෑන්ෂියල් රිපෝට් එකයි අපිට කේස් එක මතක ගාය ඒක අවුරුදු ඉන්නේ අපේ හිටපු
අනේ බලන්න කතා දැන් ෆ්‍රයිඩේ මම යට කතා කරා හරි
අලිගේ ඔක්කොම කම්ප්ලීට් නේ
ඒක චුට්ටි
ඒකක් දාගන්න ඔක්කොම තියාගන්න ඉමාමනේ කියන්නේ ඒ දවස්වල ඉතන පොත් දෙනවා පිටම මේ මොනක් දුරේ අපිට දාන්න හරියට නවීන හරියට අපිට ශරීර පස්සේ ඔව් ඒකේ තියාගේ මොකක්ද මගේ එකක්වත් රිපීට් නෑ CD එකක් තිබුණා ඒක කියන්නේ නගින්නේ ඒක නම් ये दिन में अपना तो तुम के एक प्लेन नहीं था ये कौन करना आटा मैंने दिया आटा एग्जाम में भी देना है और एक कोऑर्डिनेट से जो चला जैसे थी मान लोग के इंफॉर्मेशन का एक ये और सुनिए कोऑर्डिनेट से चल रहा है एग्जाम टाइम टेबल यार तो ये लीडर अलाइनमेंट इस तरह
सेकंड से ये टाइम टेबल
सेकंड ये सेकंड से को मिला
तो फर्स्ट टाइम में
जैसे में एक नंबर से एक बार
सेकंड ईयर
सेकंड ईयर जैसे में
अरे
अरे
होएगा देखो
और जुलाई में लीडर में गया ना जुलाई टाइम टेबल ले दे लास्ट मंथ है हमारा सब्जेक्ट के हो एक्सेल है ना आप दे अंते
सेकंड ईयर फर्स्ट टाइम
ओ
और जितने का फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग लिखा है
अरे वाले मंगल से ले अगर फर्स्ट ईयर सेकंड से नहीं बढ़ता है वैसे निकल अरे आप लोग में ये बात हाँ
Thank you.
ආදරනේ ඒ කියන 28 29 තිබෙනවා මේ එක්සැම් එක. ආ then mom is located comfortably playing table with you. It was not like or in I go for the day the name is update करना वाला immediately हम coordinator इसला group पर डाला मुझे ये update करनी है
Please, again.
Ikut jalan kawan itu, mereka apa banyak. Atau baca di diri itu. Tamai ko mai mati dia itu ada di mana. Itu yang orang orang ramai.
So then we'll move to the part. So now domestic expenditure, it says domestic expenditure we cannot deduct. Right? So domestic expenditure indirect sales. So whatever expenditure incurred to maintain other person, it's coming under domestic expenditure. So, but these things are not considered as a domestic expenditure. These things. It says the payment of benefit is individual, included in calculating income of an individual. That particular payment is part of the recipient's income. Then it shall not be considered as domestic expenditure. Right? So remember, so under domestic expenditure it says what is, so any expenditure maintained to another person that counts under the domestic expenditure. But for the recipient side, it is recognized for his income. Tax purpose for his income. Then it shall not be considered as domestic expenditure. So even under the domestic expenditure definition, even say salary payment also to maintain another person, that expenditure. So then as per the definition, it is part of the domestic expenditure. But from the recipient side, if it is part of his income, then it shall not be. So likewise, so even meals expenditure. So here meals expenditure says it is domestic expenditure, but in the recipient side, it is considered as his income or the benefit for tax point of view. Then it shall not be considered as domestic expenditure, right? Another thing is provide consideration for equal market value by the recipient. That means if the person who getting that benefit is repaid to the other person, it shall not be part of domestic expenditure, right? Indirect says reimbursement of expenditure. Say we are providing meals to our employees. So my side I am providing meal. So as per the definition, it is part of domestic expenditure. It shall be disallowed. But if that meal cost is recognized as income to the employee, employment cost, when we recognize the employment income, if it is recognized, then it shall not be considered as domestic expenditure. As well as if I am getting reimbursed that income, that benefit from that employment income, then it is also not considered as domestic expenditure. So the amount of the expenditure is so small as to make it unreasonable or administratively impracticable to the accounts. That if the payer to recognize this thing or keep account is impracticable or unreasonable, it shall not be considered as domestic expenditure. Simple example I could give. Say in a company, we are providing water to employee. So tea to employee. As per the definition for the domestic expenditure, it is counts under the means refreshment. Right? But it is very unreasonable as well as not practical to recognize what the amount they are providing. Therefore, it shall not be part of domestic expenditure. Otherwise, yes, it is. So example for the payment of benefit including the calculating the income of the individual. Example, as I give you, what is that? meal expenditure, or the accommodation, or traveling expenditure. But for the employment income, if it is recognized, it shall not be part of domestic expenditure. So second part is the consideration of an equal market value for the payment of benefit. So that means from reimbursed from employment salary. So meal cost reimbursed from employee salary. Right? An example of three that expenditure is so small as to make it unreasonable or administrative impact equal providing tea, right? That type of water, that type of thing to employee. Right. So taxes, what are the taxes that should be disallowed? It says income tax payable under the 11 Act, installment, interest, penalty, withholding, including APIT, paid by the employer in respect of the employment income of an employee, or any income tax or similar tax payable to another country. Right? Income tax, including APIT, withholding tax, that is disallowed. We cannot deduct that prescribed tax. So, VAT on financial services, SSTL on financial services, property insurance levy, this type of tax, super gain tax, wine, travels levy, casino industry levy, mobile telephone operator levy, satellite location levy, that type of thing. That is disallowed under section 10 taxes prescribed by the Commissioner General. Right? So income tax means, as I think you can understand, withholding tax is not separate tax. It is part of income tax. The payment mode is withholding. So income tax is disallowed, including it says installment, interest, penalty, withholding tax, payee, APIT, that is disallowed. Right? So VAT on financial services and SSCL on financial services, this is applicable to the person who is doing finance, bank and financial institution. That particular tax is disallowed. When we are discussing a VAT and the CCL, we recognize this expenditure, but that particular expenditure is charged to the income statement, it is disallowed for income tax purpose. We cannot deduct. Right. So you can see now we are using for the when we have worked out the accessible income from business. We base profit before tax as per the financial statement. Right? Profit before tax means so before income tax. Therefore, income tax is we have already disregarded. So profit before tax, it has two parts in the income statement. This side income. Right? And expenditure. When we have worked out our single income from business, we use the financial statement prepared as per the general accepted accounting principle. In there, we base the profit before tax. Right? Profit before tax means to me it is income and expenditure. Difference between the income and expenditure we recognize as profit before tax. Right? So income side there may be income. Right? In the income statement, whatever income we are receiving, we recognize under the income statement as income. It could be say sales, it could be say gain from the realization of asset, it could be say dividend, interest, whatever thing. Is that right? So then we have to check if there any income which is not part of assessable income from business. Right? Assessable income from business. That means there could be other source of income. Right? That need to be removed. The source of income. Just like say investment income. It shall be coming under the investment income, the income from investment. We work out that thing, we need to consider. But when we work out the assessable income from business, we can remove. Right? Other thing is tax adjustment required. Adjustment for tax purpose need to be required. Right? That could be there. Income side. Right? Get from the disposal of depreciable assets. For the tax purpose, it need to be adjusted. We need to work out the tax impact. So expenditure side. Disallowable expenditure. So as per the section 10, some expenditures are disallowed. Example. That is disallowable. Allowable expenditure. Right? Allowable expenditure. So for this expenditure need to be recognized. The tax purpose, that particular expenditure is deductible. So then we need to consider whether we need to do anything. Now we use profit before tax. Profit before tax means income and expenditure, right? Difference between the income and expenditure we recognize the profit before tax. So income side there may be other source of income because in the financial statement we are not work out based on the taxable income from investment, business or whatever. The financial statement prepared for our purpose. So we use the same thing, profit before tax. Therefore, if there any income which is coming falling under any other source of income, so we need to remove that one. Here, intention is to work out income, taxable income from business, right? Therefore, that particular expenditure or the income which is connected to the business we need to consider. Therefore, that is any other source of income we need to remove. And also, income we have already recognized, but tax adjustment need to be done. Or any item which is not recognized, but tax adjustment need to be done. That to be considered. And expenditure side, disallowable expenditure, especially that particular expenses we have already considered when we work out profit before tax, but tax purpose it is not deductible. So therefore, that need to be disallowed. So some expenditure which is allowable, but as per the financial statement it is also there, therefore we need not to consider, we need not to deduct again. But some expenditure there may be adjustment required, even if it is there in the financial statement, but adjustment need to be done. Right? So this is the way we do approach that in the computation. So that's what says that plus and minus statement. The profit before tax. Is there any other source of income that to be removed? It is there, therefore removed. So adjusting event. So it is there in the income side, but tax adjustment need to be done. So first we have to remove that one, and adjusted amount we need to add if it is part of business income. Expenditure that is disallowed. When we work out profit before tax, that expenditure has already been considered. For the tax point of view, it is not deductible. That means when we arrive at profit, that expenditure has already been deducted. But for tax point of view, if it is disallowed, then we have to advise. Right? Some expenditure which has already been deducted, but tax point of view, it is allowed. So then, that means the expenditure already deducted, we need not to deduct again. That has already been done. So no adjustment. But some expenditure which has not been either considered when we work out the profit before tax. But tax point of view, it says we can deduct. Now we can deduct that one. Right? Or adjustment need to be done. That is the the easiest way to work out taxable income from business. Clear? Right, that's all. And the tax law doesn't say this, you have to follow this format or whatever thing. The rationale of this thing, doing this one, is this. If any expenditure is not deductible, so when we are different. It's deductible, but already deducted, no need to add or minus. But deductible, but we have not considered when we arrive the profit before tax, we can deduct. Yeah. That means the part of employment from yes. Actually, the company is coming under the capital it's not company, they are making the shall be part of the employment. But the employee right? Okay. Right, can we go to the next one? Right, section 11. So this section is very tricky section, right? Section is very tricky section. Therefore, when we are work out any tax computation for in case of the business income, we should have some sort of understanding about what is the business they are in. It is important. Otherwise, this section cannot be applied. You should have some sort of understanding what the business they are in. It says, in calculating the person's income from business or investment for a year of 12 months, expenses to the extent they are incurred during the year. That expense should be incurred. That means expenses should be made during the year by the person and in the production of income. That expenses should be related to the generation of income, production of income for a business or investment. So expenses to the extent they are incurred during the year in the production of income for the business is allowed to deduct when ascertaining the income from business. That section says that particular expense shall be incurred for the production of income. If it is the case, it is deductible. Otherwise, it doesn't say that. If it is not incurred for the production of income, that is not deductible expense. Indirectly says. Directly says if it is incurred in the production of income, yes, we can deduct. So if it is not incurred in the production of income, it is disallowed. Therefore, we should have some understanding about what the business in. Based on that thing, we can determine whether that particular expenses is related to generation of income. Otherwise, we cannot deduct that one. That particular expenditure is disallowable expenditure. Right? Say it's different from the business to business. One particular business it is required. It could be required. One is not. Right? So therefore, it depends on the nature of the business activity done by the person. Therefore, you have to be very careful when you apply this one. So I mean to say in one particular section, say one particular business says, so we need to incur what is this employment cost? Yeah, it is incurred in the production of income required, so we can deduct. Right? One particular activities, they need to incur some sort of capital nature expenditure to start the business. So then we have to check whether it is required for the production of income, yes. But if it is falling under the capital nature, again not. So some expenditure not required to generate income. Right? Normally in the business, we are incurring that type of expenditure, but there is no relationship, that particular expenditure and generation of income. It may be very remotely connected, but not effectively connected. Example, in a business, we are income, you should have some good understanding of the financial statement, right? Income statement, some expenditure we are recognizing, but there is no relationship on generation of that income. What type of expenditure? Example. Donation, very good. So another one. The financial statement will recognize as expenditure, but it is not connected to the generation of income. How do you know that? It is not. It is not you can see in the under disallowable or the section 10 we didn't find that expenditure. Section 10 of the donation package. But section 11, that's what I told you. It's very tricky section. It says if it is incurred in the production of income, yes. Otherwise, it means if in other case it's not possible to deduct. Let's say expenditure. So we have to check whether it is incurred in the production of income. Penalty section 10 says it is breach of law. Solar panel, so then you have to check why we are incurring that cost. Have we fixed solar? Reducing cost. So it's a minimizing cost strategy. Fine. How long we are getting that benefit? It is for a. So then it is capitalization. So in a section 11 is capitalization will kind of be. It remains a section 10 says is allowed. Administrative expenses, there are so many expenditure, right? Just like say gift, donation, CSR expenditure, that type of expenditure, or any other expenditure. Say even employment cost, that could be if it is not connected to the generation of income. So it is allowed. Example, I could say, so normally we are paying salary, say, director, say, that type of thing, say, 100,000 or the 100 million. But we are incurring more than that. If we cannot justify why we have paid that thing, whether how that related to the generation of profit, it could be disallowed. Even consultancy, that type of thing. But it's depend on the activity. Why is that expenditure incurred? How that expenditure support to generate income? What is the connection between the generation of income and that particular expenditure? That's what I mentioned. So what I say donation, it is not required to make donation to generate income. CSR expenditure, not necessary. Right? So gift, not necessary. So therefore, be mindful what is the business they are in. Based on that thing, it is required. So no deduction, this thing we have discussed, no deduction is allowed for an expense of capital nature. So it says include an expense that secure a benefit capable of lasting longer than 12 months. Right, 12 to 19 is special deduction. Right? So we'll see that section 12. So section 12 talks about the interest cost. Especially talks about interest cost. Right? So it says interest expenses. Interest expenses incurred by a person. During a year of payment under a debt obligation is deductible if money borrowed under such debt obligation was used during the year. or was used to acquire an asset that is used during the year in the production of income. Simply say, borrowed money should be used for the business, or that borrowed money should be used to purchase an asset. Asset should be used during the year for the production. If it is the case, that interest cost is allowable. Good question. So you are asking, now we are offering a loan to construct a building. Our building is under construction yet. It says what is, if it is not used for the production of income, that means building, if you are not using that building to generate income, that interest is not deducted. Very clear, as I said, borrowed money should be used for the business, or should be used to purchase an asset. Asset should be used during the year for the production of income. So that construction is still going on. So that means that building is not. Excuse me. We are talking. Please go outside, and I am very happy. So, but you can ask from that question. So disturbing others. Yeah, ask that.
Advertising cost, is it
So we discussed the class.
as wise? Tata Group is in Sri Lanka. Tata Group is in Sri Lanka. They normally contribute 40% of their revenue to charities. Tata Group.
Charity?
Yes.
Okay.
So it comes Sri Lanka pattern. So if because of the charity concern, most of the people there is a revenue generation through that charity. So is that charity?
Charity is something else. So how we are telling that charity is why people are doing charitable activities? Then it is not charity. It is advertisement. It's a business promotion. That means there won't be any return on that. So it is then it is a business promotion. It is all the marketing. So that law is very clear. It says if it is incurred in the production of income, then otherwise not so. Right. So we will stop there. Is the interest, right? So the asset should be used during the year. Otherwise, that interest is disallowed. Very clear. Right? And other one is in any other case, the debt obligation was incurred in the production of income. Debt obligation should be incurred in the production of income. So, what type of debt obligation they are referring? On section 10. Sorry, 12. They are referring two types of debt obligation. One thing is incurred in the production of income. Debt obligation should be used for the business. Other thing is what they are telling, debt obligation used to purchase an asset. Right? Indirectly say debt obligation which should represent either working capital or it should be related to the long-term capital. That capital should be used to purchase an asset. But the second thing is if it is used to purchase an asset, asset should be definitely used in the business generating income. If it is not the case, that particular interest is not deductible. So in the section 12 also talks about some up to some level, some disallowable expenditure. If the debt obligation is not incurred for the business, anyway that interest is not deductible. Right? Even the debt obligation incurred in the business, which is purchase an asset, used to purchase an asset, but asset is not used during the year for the production of income, that interest is also disallowed. Right? Right. The money borrowed was utilized for the production of income or to acquire an asset for business, and the asset was used during the year in the business. So tell me. So you know that what type of borrowing We are used generally in the business. Debt obligation example again. Loan. It could be for the say what type of thing. Loan to POD and TOD. So then generally POD and TOD for incurred for what? Business purpose. You can see we are not acquiring an asset. That is working capital loan. It could be import loan, right? So other just like say construction loan, acquisition of especially for asset machinery loan. So temporary loan, working capital loan. So be mindful. Only thing is that say business, if it is incurred for the business, then we should have some sort of ground, prove that how that loan is used for the business. So if you say if we are using temporary overdraft to meet up day-to-day operation expenditure. So import loan, so purchase and inventory, trading purpose. Including this, right? So asset pledge loan, so definitely we can recognize. So in the construction loan, in practically how this happen, they are not giving so entire loan to construct. First, they are releasing on, installment basis. The tranche likewise goes, right? Recognize. So then how we can prove that whether particular asset is used for the production of income or not? Let's say construction loan. Once we complete the construction, we have to prove that this asset is used for the business. Right? Either manufacturing or the cost of completion, COC, need to be obtained. So once we complete the business, the urban council or the council, rural council, they are giving certificate that business building is suitable to use the business. Then that is the evidence that business is ready for use. And it says it should be used for the production of income. Right? Evaluate interest as the so what is the accounting treatment? අපි construction එක පටන් ගත්තා තාම ඉවර නැහැ. Interest ගන්න. Borrowing cost. Accounting treatment මොකක්ද? හා? Let's record කරනවා. So as per this one, we can track that expenditure. And for that one, accounting treatment එක නම් හොඳ එකක් නේ. Are we capitalized? First cost we apply financial building. So we can capitalize. So is it allowed for tax purpose? Yeah, because it says that accounts prepared as per the IFRS for the LKS, LFRS accepted. So it's accepted. Is it part of method? Just goes to a part of method or not? What is the definition for the cost of asset? Definition for cost of asset for what? So acquisition cost, huh? Acquisition cost, huh? Improvement cost, so on the. Yeah, First time using and it's no improvement, right? Update one. So it says cost of acquisition plus expenditure incurred
Taking to the location.
percent region. How you transaction cost means the subsequent cost means to bring to present condition is a point. Workable condition is any cost we can capitalize and say it's minus refundable taxes. Right? We talk about that. So that is the cost of asset. Right, okay. So interest cost. So no, your senior batch again the so last time before that they said exam, so they are having good results. So and they are sitting the final exam this time. This next Saturday Sunday is the exam. Sunday is exam starting. Thursday is the exam APM. So they ask me whether they are also sitting this exam. They need go for another class. They only study my tutorial and this thing. So frankly, the same syllabus I am doing here. CA final stage syllabus I am doing here. Right? So once you complete this part, you can comfortably sit for the chartered final exam. Tax paper. Because my expectation is also to complete this tax, you should have that knowledge. That section I am doing. That is why I get another time I start it. That's the thing. Right? You are doing that, the thing, the effectively, definitely clear. No change. Because I may today morning I had the CA final, the level class lecture. So I discussed the same thing I have discussed. Because this is the rule. Hey, come on, make our again, on a level again, this is the law. There is application of law. Everybody getting right? So therefore, Angada Kalimuka. They are in the parliament and the Malaga. So in the latter part, I want to make a farm and another subject. This is the most interesting. As I mentioned, it is most interesting as well as most important subject in your life. Other than the particular but all that is a major action. We are working with the company. You can understand, right? They always looking the impact of tax. Whatever decision they are taking. And also, very confidential details come to person who is doing tax. All the strategies. I strategy එකක් දාන්න කලින් බලන evaluation එක. Whether we are going to acquire this company or not. What is the tax impact? We are going to dispose part of this thing. What is the tax impact? We are going to redundance our employee. What is the tax impact? We are going for expansion. What are the benefits what we are having? ඔක්කොම බලන්න. හැම තැනම අපයලාම දැල්තුනේ. work කරන කෙනා බලන්න finance field එකේ ඉන්නවනම්. බලන්න කොහොමද කියලා මම කියන්නේ. I'm talking with my experience. So my request is to you too also. First thing you understand. This possible. That's what I'm telling. Right? So that other දැන් අර කිව්ව කලින් කට්ටිය පාස් වුණා නේ වට පස්සේ බෑ. ඇයි මම පාස් වුණා නම් වට පස්සේ බෑ. And I'm also in the natural person. තමයි එක විශ්වාස කරන්නේ මම විශ්වාස කරන්නේ අර මොනවාද ලක්ෂයක මොලක් right tax වලට නම් කොහොමද ලක්ෂයක ඒක වගේ යන දේවල් tax ගන්න. And other thing is that the knowledge එක ඉපදෙනකොට යන්නේ so much. ඒ පොතේ නම මොලේ දිනවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒක උදාහරණයක්. Alright, right? You have to work hard, committed, definitely succeed. That is thing. But you have to work hard. Right? බලන්න ලංකාවේ CA members වල තියෙන 6000 ගන්න. ඒ 9000 ගන්න. අයස්කානේ ඔයා හිතන කී දිනක් ලංකාවේ කියලා. 2000 කිලෝ ලංකාවේ. ඒ ඉන්නගෙනුත් බලන්න කී දිනක් රෑන්ක් එකක ඉන්නවා හොඳ රෑන්ක් එක. accountant ලා ඉන්නවා බලන්න පුතියේ. පොල් වෙන්නිට accountant දෙන්න assistant accountant. finance manager plus. පටන් ගන්න ඉතින්. Why? So it's really that it has that standard. Curriculum has that one. And with the training, application, practical. එහෙම නැති අය ඉන්නවා. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්නකො මොනවා වගේ දැනගද ඉන්නේ. So there are 100 I mean that's what is saying that. වාගෙල බලන්න business එකේදී මොකක්ද ඕනේ කියලා. Knowledge and application. ඒක ඊළඟ කොටසට. ඔබ එකක් විදිහට කරනවා නම් කමන්නේ ආරගෙන. සාහිත්‍ය වගේ ගාගෙන ගිහින් පාඩම් කරලා. පස්සේ පොත බලලා මල්ල ඇතලා ඉන්න. That's fine, right? But if you are really doing this thing with the vision, it's a vision, a dream man කියන එක. මේ මම මේක මොකද කරන්නේ? මම මේක කරලා ලව එකක් කරන්න හිතන්නේ. Okay, fine. So ඒක කරලා තවත් එකක් කරන්න හිතන්නේ. So first thing is we have to set up our vision. And then mission. Mission එක ගන්න mission එකක් තියෙනවා. Right? Then goals, objective, targets, aims, likewise it should be set up. ඒක අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තා. කියනවා ඒක කීයක් කියලා විතරයි නේද? So it's there in everything. You can see. එදරයි තියෙන්නේ. ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ parents they have a vision. That's why they are in meeting. ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ඕන දෙයක් කරගන්න කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ ෆෝන් එකේ විතර ඔබ වයින් කරාම බයි. ඔබ වයින් කරු මේ පාඩම් කරන්න කියලා කියන්නේ. They have good vision. Right? They are committed. I don't know. I mean, your background. I'm not negative. Kali very good. Now they are not done. CA eකට kali දෙන්න කියලා tax campus එක පාවු. Please give this money to the salary. That's why you are coming, right? The charity. So hardworking, commitment on it. So that's what. So you can achieve. එහෙම plan එකක් නැත්නම් ආගේ life එකේ මම මේක කියන්න ඕනේ. I am doing this thing in the first lesson where I am doing for ADM. ADM මෙතන එහාට කියලා නේද? They should have that vision. So ඒ level එක උනාට මට හිතෙනවා සමහරවිට එහෙම මොකක්වත් නැහැ ඔය එනවා. අපරාධ වෙලා. That's that vision and work for that. Definitely you can go. Right? You don't know how powerful your mind. Mind is automatically driving. පාන පොඩි කියලා පාන නිකන් හිතනවා නිකම්ම තමයි. ළඟ ඉන්න කෙනා ඒ වගේ නිකම් හිතෙන්නේ. So because I am Buddhist, I believe that karma is karma. But believe me that I mean Buddhism doesn't talk about only karma, right? Karma is so 20% of your life is karma. Another 80% is there. You can turn around. Anyway, that our flight take a use this year at least a couple take it with. So it can out of the here it's all life, all he spent all life also bring his family to UK. 10 years. Committed for that. First, everything. Yeah, I don't have family. You can change. I mean, the Buddhism says that you can change that karma. So that's what it says. It says your mind is powerful. You can change that. You can change. Over Bandago, in a recognized characters, analyze the Bandago. They go on the qualities, they are මනුස්ස ඒ පදේ හතෙක් විදිහට ඉපදුනා. අපි එතනින් කරගත්තා. ඒක වෙලා සම්මහර කාලෙන් ගැලවෙන්න දෙන්න කවුරු ඉවාලේට්. It has to start from now, at least. So, our mission because we are very master in the preparing plans. I'm choosing plan, but it's not executing. But it's not happened to country. Like the band, Sima SEC price in Asla very meaning proportional to the population. Band Nasa case Sri Lankans like in a worker non. Right? So other countries. So why? They have that key. They can develop karpi. Right? So don't waste your time. So that's what that so they are very interesting on tax, right? And this time they are sitting for the CA exam without going to class work there. Basic right? Oh, they want to finish that exam, so that's good. So money level that because PA Sri Lanka they are issuing a PC. So you need Mama they are asking few people. They are asking, can I help them? I am very happy to help. That is the, I mean, once you, get that thing, nobody can challenge. Nobody can get that back. I get a committed to the effective take the whatever you can get from the whoever lecture. That I can rationalize it. You know that in our Barnacle CA member can our regular Pastak and holding. Amela, I came a winning. Why did it happen? How it come? Emma. So that part is there in the training. I put it down. You can get the look up actually gonna so only double it, right? Make a debit on a great penal. Make a debit like Ratina, it takes turn on. I win nothing about. You have anything by window. You know, did this happen? Mona, then it's a little SLA. Yes. They remember Nosla then IFR. Double entry. It's challenge because AI is taking most of the accountant role. Example, කාගේ කුට්ටියට ගිහිල්ලා කාගේ කුට්ටියට ගිහිල්ලා මොනවාරි අයිටම් එකක් තියනවද කියලා කවුන්ටර් එකේ කෙනාගෙන් ඇහුවොත් අතරින් අර පේ කරන තැන පොයින්ට් එකේ කෙනාගෙන් ඇහුවොත් whether you have this type of item ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒවලේ බලලා කියනවා තියනවද නැද්ද කියලා. So did you think that in a Target outlet, when you are swapping your car for the payment, they are recognizing GB. Double entry amount make a closing stock. Closing stock is the amount of GP again. Why? Sales recognized. Purchase already recognized. GP inventory GP recognize. So target puts it in a sales nature, purchase nature, closing stock automatically updated. So what I training out a cousin man. Either was able to the monthly salary bill level, listed bill level, telephone bill level, and the expenses they go on another. Then I'm outletting a year back and what am I going to NPA got that. So the accountant get for the accountant. That is the existing ARB system. AI is going to buy a AI can put on the pattern recognize. Investment appraisal other than that, NPV amount in they are unknown information available. They know. Why the under thank you. Gulu. Gulu. Simon Lian. And if you are a clean work, if the light put balala. Huh? Simon Italian. So that's what they are capturing. So then, Manga Simon is not Mandana make on the Gatsiki. Lanka taxation hari amaru me co-pilot training chat GPT lian mula tax rate එක වෙනස් ඉනේදී පිච් එකනේ ඊළඟට එයාට දැම්මම එයාත් අප්සෙට් මම කියන්නේ මෙහෙ මොනවාද එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම ඒකට දුන්නා ලියන්න ඔය මේ බිස්නස් එකක් යනවා මේ වෙනවා මේ කියලා තමයි දුන්නා ලියන්න එනවා සමහර අය ඊට අවුරුදු 3කට කලින් දිච්ච ටැක්ස් රේට් එක දාගෙන අසයින්මන්ට් එක. So this is taxable at the rate of this කියලා ලියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ අරකින් ආපු එක හැමෝම කොපි කරලා දාන්න. Use that one to check that whether it is correct or wrong. Yeah, I'm also using. You have adapt to the technology, that's fine, but don't depend on that. Don't depend on that. ඒක තමයි human being ලා තියෙන different එක. එයාට අයව capture කරන්න බෑ. AI is developed by a person. Human brain is ඒක ගැන තාම use කරපු නැති ගොඩක් දේවල් තියෙනවා brain human brain. දන්නේ නැති. So develop that one. I mean use the brain. Right? Right. So we'll discuss this one and finish. Right. So now, as per the section 12, the interest cost is deductible if the borrowed money is used for the production of income of the business, or the borrowed money should be used for the acquisition of assets. Assets should be used for the production of income during the year. Now, the use for that asset, we cannot claim that interest cost. So this is coupled with another section. We firstly need to work out allowable finance cost. As per the section 2, it says total finance cost, interest incurred, and if there is disallowable finance cost, we can remove. Now, section 12 doesn't talk about the disallowable, it says allowable. So then, disallowable thing is what is if the borrowed money not used for the production of income, it is disallowed. And borrowed money used to acquire an asset, but asset is not during the year for the production of income. That is also disallowed. So then allowable finance cost, interest cost, allowable interest cost. From thereafter says section 18 says, from the allowable finance cost, there is a maximum deductible amount for a year. That's section 18. It says deductible amount of finance cost. We call it thin capitalization. So this is applicable for applicable to business or investment income of an entity other than financial institution, only entity. That says, now we know what is allowable finance cost.